This is very true. I rant to her about esports, and she's like, uh-huh. Uh-huh. It's all fake, uh-huh. And I'm like, yeah, I know that. But the esports is ruining it, and she's like, uh-huh. Okay,
It's
fine.
me, damn it. Sounds like you've got a very understanding lady there.
My wife's the best. Dude, she indulges all of my stupid hobbies. And never, ever says a word. She encourages me. Sometimes when I'm like, I don't need to buy that, or I don't need to get that, she's just like, you should get it. I'm like, stop encouraging me. I spend less money. It's not real. Aren't most real sports fake?
Scooby.
Well, I mean, if you're considering, like, you know, Coliseum stuff, then sure. No fight to the death here. Is golf fake? I don't know. What about baseball? What's that based on?
Scooby,
Yeah.
thinking about your health, do you want to go and have a nap?
No, because if I go to bed now, I will not wake up until 9.
Okay. Because I think your last stint, what I've calculated, begins at 5 to 1 in the morning and ends at 3:30 in the morning.
Wait, I raced back in time? How?
That's pretty cool. I like that. Goes from 5 to 1 in the morning. This is amazing.
Wait, 5 to 1 in the morning, 2,
Gotta
3,
go back in time.
30 in the morning. That's not back in time, that's forwards in time. 1, 2,
Are
3.
you what? Como?
First time you said it like 5 in the morning.
Oh.
Yeah, that's how we took it. That's how it sounded. We were like, that's pretty impressive. Scooby's got something up his sleeve.
0:55 your time to 3:28 your time.
Oh, very specific now.
Actually, now that
I'll hate myself tomorrow, but Sunday I can just sleep.
Matt will break down after no sleep in 20 hours.
That's fine.
It's fine. Oh, we got.
So it's not 20 hours. I got up at
Oh,
night
we got
this
enough.
morning.
We got enough. Where is it?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Porsche cars
okay,
up here
got
as well.
cleared. Oh god.
That Porsche, was
Oh, what
that
are we doing?
Conrad?
Out of the way. Oh, the Viper. So we're all gonna die.
Mirror your steering when racing backwards in time. It makes it
Oh,
much
shit!
easier.
Oh my lord.
Nah, that's that one.
Death.
It's
I
fine.
avoided death.
You didn't die yet.
Yes is correct. Pro tip, mirror your steering wheel when racing backwards in time. Makes it much easier, yes. Also hit reverse.
Yeah, when we're done with this, we have to do this whole race, but backwards.
Okay, that's all you, and I'll just watch.
Yeah, you can fuck right off with that. No, I had some peanuts. I should be fine.
That's how I judge
If
wellness.
not, you'll come back by the end of it and just see Panoz in the wall.
That's okay.
One of the two.
So Billy will be out by 21:50 his time. Ish.
I too miss unlocks in racing games.
And then I'm gonna move this forward
Everything
another.
has a lot of unlocks. This is true. It just causes you to dip into your wallet.
This is
It's a
gonna
joke. You used to be able to put in a cheat code. Now you put in your credit card.
That's right. Now you
I used to
pay for
know.
those unlocks.
We used to have like,
Microtransactions and loot boxes.
boy, don't get me fucking started.
That's
You want to start your talk show again? Because I could go again for another 12
That's right.
episodes if you want. Christ.
Oh
Okay.
boy. All right. What are you doing? Stay there.
So I
No, Viper. Oh God. Okay. Not quite the same. Well, I mean, I'm sure the publisher thinks it's the same. In fact, they probably think it's better.
I am poor and I cannot afford iRacing. I used to buy.
Yeah, I think
like,
that's the only shit part is that they've gotten the AI so good, and you know, I'd love to recommend it to people. We're gonna make a okay. It's just so expensive, you know, and it's like, fuck. I wish you guys would make like a standalone something.
They are NASCAR in 25.
No. That's no.
No? Is it not, or is
No,
it just
that's
in
not even gonna
iRacing?
be the same. That Monster Games is gonna do that, and it's not. Nope. I am not. I'm just not a fan of the way they put things together. Like the World of Outlaws game that's on the consoles, it's okay, I guess.
Then why was it a coalition between like iRacing and NASCAR? Why did they announce that if they don't have much to do with it?
They'll have influence on it, but they're going to, unless something changes that I am not aware of, they're going to heavily let Monster Games pick a lane, Jeracer, go.
Deborah.
They're going to let Monster Games kind of do their thing unless there is a big push for them to rework stuff. And I just, you know, it's fine for other people. Like there's tons of people that love the World of Outlaws game. It's just not for me. I don't like the AI. I don't like the way the cars handle is just kind of okay. The career makes no sense to me. So I'm like, I mean, I kind of knew it was coming.
Struggle with those games. Like, I really wanted like the Supercross games, but they were like, oh, we've added a free roam mode, and I was like, why? Like, Isle of Man TT2 had like a free roam mode, and I was like, I don't understand this. This doesn't make any sense. Same as the WRC games. Like, I don't know. Like, this is some sort of like grandiose gesture that they've added some sort of weird compound that serves.
Yeah, I think they were trying to appeal to the dirt community, like, because those games used to have
the
Gymkhana and those kind of areas. So I think that was kind of like, hey, we got a little playground you can do. What am I going to do with this guy? Are we going to follow? What are we doing here? We're just going to follow. As long as you don't slow down too abruptly. PlayStation.
At least the compound in
the association game with
as their like tribe trials and challenge token thingies.
Yeah.
Like, they did use it.
Anyway, I'm gonna go and have some more sleep. I'll see you guys in like just under 2 hours to do the swap over.
Have a good sleep.
Toodles.
And then have a look. Depending on what Scooby wants, you might have to stick around and be a mate.
Yep, we'll figure it out.
Fine.
Man surviving on peanuts drives solo to Le Mans.
Yeah, I see nothing wrong with this.
Okay, adios. I'll see you in a bit.
See ya.
Went by him so fast, my spotter didn't even work. Yeah. Yeah, with crew chief, it'll work. crew chief will tell me like if somebody's gone off or who's gone off or there's a yellow or you know how much fuel I've got left, all kinds of fun stuff. And at first,
Annoying and distracting.
it can't be any more distracting than having people in chat talking to me.
Fair.
Somebody just spun off somewhere.
Okay, so he's talking to you, but he's also not very specific.
He says the name, I just don't know the name. I couldn't repeat it. He'll say gone off in like sector 3 or something, or if he knows the corner name, he'll tell you what corner. He'll say the name. Yeah. Gonna have to follow the Porsche in. I'm not close enough, I don't think. Nope. Gotta wait. Either.
The good part is, outside of retirement, we've basically settled where we're gonna end up. Nice.
Yeah, I mean,
There's no real
It's-
threats from behind anymore.
right. I mean, it's been kind of cool because it's, you know, a way it's kind of worked out like it's supposed to. I mean, yeah, it would be more fun to battle. You know, maybe something happens, I don't know. But part of it's just trying to do the whole thing.
Even just getting more people together for this is enough of a challenge,
Right.
I'd say.
Yeah. That's why I think it's pretty cool. Like, you know, never done anything like this before. Especially when we had the cars to battle with, it was like, wow. And then you're not quite fast enough. Those guys would like, you'd gain and then you'd lose, and you'd gain and you'd lose, and it's just like, oh man. I mean, like I said, it is kind of a bummer that they didn't last. But then again, I mean, that's kind of how it works.
That's the Heures racing.
Yep. Wasting money to buy nice wheel and pedals and not to use it though. Or do you? What? Why are you not? One comes to take the wheel away if you aren't giving them $12 for the month though.
I think they're talking about the iRacing subscription.
Oh. Yeah, I don't like it, but there's a bunch of things I don't like, and I still use those too, so I don't know.
Never really got on with iRacing. I only kept it for as long as I could make the inventory stuff and pay for it. Which that eventually ended, so I just let the subscription lapse.
Right. iRacing is a weird thing for me. When I first tried it, I absolutely hated it, and I vehemently disliked a lot of like the tire model and the way the cars worked in iRacing. It felt very odd to me. I call it now sim racy. Oh shit balls! Wow. It's just kind of one of those. Hello, let me through. It's kind of how sim racers have learned to drive, so then that thought process kind of trickles into everything else instead of worrying about how the car should really drive. So I never got along real well, and then they changed the chat, so I started working with them when the dirt stuff was getting done, and I was also working with them at the same time on the NASCAR, like the oval stuff, and a little bit on the road racing stuff. And like during that time period and a little after I left, that was probably like my favorite for road racing stuff, especially. And then they kind of changed things. So now like the old cars feel pretty good. So like the 87 Cup cars are amazing. The Nissan old IMSA car, GPPX blah blah blah, whatever that is. My brain can't.
ZX?
Yeah, my brain can't work on right now. That actually is really fun. That's a good car to run because you can kind of wrestle with the car and stuff. But like their modern stuff, I tried running the modern GTP cars. I hate them. I'm like, if this was my race car, I would tell you that this thing's broken, but people love it. And I'm like, okay, well.
Yeah, I never got much further than like MX-5s and Porsche Cup cars. Anything beyond that, I'm just looking at, I need this, and oh, there goes my bank account. Nope, not doing
Right. If you could just buy a single, I just gotta wait. I can't read that.
If you could just buy a single-player experience built on iRacing with a similar career underpinnings as NR03, so NASCAR Racing 2000,
Mm-hmm.
it would sell loads, and you couldn't have said that even a few years ago. That's what he said.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They're sitting on something, and I don't know that the new NASCAR game is going to do that. I know people kind of automatically think it's going to because of their pedigree, but I think we also have to remember that, oh, why did I lift there? iRacing is not necessarily going to be the ones that have their only hands on it. So I wish it would, but I don't see it happening. Let's say this, I would be pleasantly surprised if it does do something really cool, but I am not holding my breath. It would be eating their own lunch if they did that, though, yeah. But they are releasing it on PC. Like, it's gonna be on Steam. So I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna work. Well, there's enough people using the AI in the sim that they keep developing it. If nobody was using the AI, they would not keep messing with it. There's just as an investment on return, they would be like, all right, nobody's playing using the AI, so like why are we bothering? They'd just let it sit. They'd release like a generic thing for everything, and it is what it is. But they keep working on it, so there's obviously people that are more than a few that are using it.
It's also giving people a reason to look at the old content that they aren't using anymore in the main series.
Yep. Well, a perfect example is that Camel GT stuff that I was talking about. Like, you have to hit the right day, the right time to even get a couple splits. Otherwise, you're typically just not running with a whole lot of people. So, if you love those cars, but you can't, make those races or whatever, here you go. You can still race content that you have purchased, not necessarily own. And you can have some really fun races that you can race at your own leisure. Always love that Porsche.
What, the Advent or the cycle?
The Advent or whatever it is, the black and red one.
I prefer the one that was right in front of it. Kind of painted up like a Japanese mask.
Yeah. I always thought that looked cool. Reminded me, I used to race RC cars when I was a kid, 1/8 scale on road. And my dad kind of painted up a car like that for me. except reversed, where the bright color was in the front because he always wanted me to focus on the nose of the car. They could put together a small team, call it Papyrus, and all the boomers would get hyped. They'd be like, "Oh, it's Papyrus!" Yep. See that, but they keep updating cars that don't even have a session, and that goes official. I know. They've got, oh, I've said it way too many times. They've got way too many series running. They waste their time. They waste people's money. They just need to sort themselves out there and make it more meaningful to run races. What's that?
Is there anything else you'd like with your unicorn? That was the
Okay. Oh boy.
Stuck in their rut, and I don't think the whole them getting really popular over COVID is going to help matters.
Right.
But that goes for sim racing as a whole. A lot of people
Mm-hmm.
really inflated sense of self-worth of that.
Exactly.
Sports racers are paying attention to us.
Yeah, everybody got really excited. They're like, oh, manufacturers. I mean, really, the only benefit we had come out of that was the manufacturers, right? The manufacturers decided to take a better, larger interest, which did help us in a certain way, but it also really hurt because then all the focus became esports. And then, like, improving the product was kind of a byproduct. It wasn't the main focus. The main focus was how do we capitalize on this system to get everybody onto the track, and yeah.
To make more money.
Yep. All right, I called for pit this time. At the very end last time, it didn't work. And I don't know
there's a
why.
really short timeout I found. If
And
you
it's not working again.
do, like, say, Porsche curves, or slightly after that, it should hold.
Okay, because like the first time I did it right then on the Mulsanne, and it was fine. So I'll wait till the Porsche curves, or somewhere in there.
Yeah, last time I called it about where you are right now, and just as I was entering the pit, they went, "Sorry, you waited too long. Do it again."
Okay. So do it now, or too early.
That might be too early.
Okay.
Also, you say now, but your stream is delayed, so I don't know where you are.
Oh, Indianapolis.
It's group aboard, sorry. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they're over there eating their ice cream sandwiches. Here, we'll hit it at the Porsche sign.
So we seriously didn't have any more once I got there.
There it goes. Oh, there. Yep, you're right. I hit it right at the Porsche sign and it worked.
Just keep an eye on it that it doesn't turn itself off again.
Alboreto has binned it.
Oh, that's the third place. Oh,
Whoa.
there he is. Still going.
All right. Now slow down here so I don't eat gravel. Hey, I did it. Jeez.
Yay!
Okay, now I'm going to save. No, don't do that. That's wrong, Billy. Okay, I've got to go over here and post first. I remembered. Discord. Oops. And upload. press. And then this shift. Enter. What should I name this? Because this is when I came out of the pits.
Called it pre-stint and then the actual stint number after that for the other one.
Pre-stint. Pre-stint. Put post. Hit exit. Okay, so there's that. Now I'm going to save. Click back on this. We're going to save. And now I'm going to post this one. And I'm going to upload. Get rid of that file. Then here. This. We're going to call this Stint 1 Pits. I don't know. That's what I'll say. Stint 1. If I can spell. It's only 3 letters there.
I kept spelling stint as sting instead.
I mean, fair enough. Okay, does that make sense?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, we're going to go back and we're going to hit continue. I'm going to have no force feedback. That's okay.
Maybe it will surprise you if you force feedback now.
Right? Nope, no surprise.
Ah.
Right? Let's double check my fuel, make sure that's all the way up. 5 seconds of repair. Could somebody sideswipe me? Medium slicks, everything's good. I think so. This way, I'll be able to get the force feedback on while I'm going down pit road, going slow.
Face was getting snarky at me for picking fights with the other cars.
As you should.
How dare they be in the way? We're faster.
That's right. I gotta click off of Discord here real quick.
Those Porsches
nope,
don't
it didn't
even
work.
have the engine in the right spot. They can't complain.
That's right. I'll go like this instead. There we go. And yep, wheel, good. Well, they must have ate their ice cream quick. They were ready for me. It's like overcast. Better not rain.
Uh-oh.
Better not rain. Doesn't it look like it?
I have never seen the transition to rain yet, so
Oh no.
you know about as much as I do.
Sweet. Alright, so Alt F. Yep, got it. Sweet. Alright, and then we're gonna need to bring that forward. Then we're gonna escape, I'm gonna save, and then continue. Okay, save? Yes, thank you. Car to my left. Save. Saving game. I like how he's still calling it. He's still in his... Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Because I had it paused. My spotter was like, car still there. Hold it. Wait. Good stuff. Alt F should not be confused with Alt F4. No, don't do that. I, as well as everybody else, might cry.
It's fine. You only have to redo the pit stop. That's fine.
Oh, this is true.
If you're gonna do it in the pit lane.
Right? that's why I was just thinking, since we were doing it the other way where it's on pit entry, you know, that we're going to hand off. I was like, well, then if I can do this down pit road, then I won't have to worry. Because that was like really tough to come out of there after you saved it and then try to get over to the keyboard and get the force feedback to work again. Got to think about what I want for dinner since I'm going to have it so late. Yeah, those skies don't look so good. I'm fairly worried. Please don't rain on me.
Gonna get a raise because the AI are way faster than us in the rain.
Oh no.
They might be making that lap back up.
Right? And it's gonna take me like a couple laps to get acclimated if it decides to rain. And then I have no idea. I don't even think I have anything mapped to like change the LCD screen. Oh, maybe I do. Maybe I do. So that we can figure out what tires to run.
Well, there's only hard and soft terrain tires.
Oh, okay. Crabby was saying something about intermediates, and I'm like, oh shit.
I didn't see any of those.
Okay, well that's good. To be honest with you, I didn't look. I was like positive thinking. I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna rain.
That is looking very gray. Oh, dear.
Right? Hurry up and get these 2 stints over. I'll leave you with it.
Oh, thanks.
I know. Well, that's the kind of guy I am.
It's fine, I have traction control. I can take care of it.
Perfect. Yeah, like, you're running with a controller, right? A gamepad? Is that what I heard?
PS4 controller.
Damn, that's pretty good.
Honestly, especially with the old like G-motor engines, it's quite easy.
Yeah,
Like once you get used to them, they're pretty much all the same.
nice.
And we run an RF2 lead for like this entire year now on a bi-weekly basis, so I'm pretty much used to it.
So, do you just not have? You just don't have a wheel, or don't want to use one, or don't have?
I have a wheel. I have a driving Force GT somewhere in the closet, but
Oh,
I gave up like early this year, and last year. Anyway, pedals are dead, and I don't have the money to replace them. And
I might have a pair of like Thrustmasters.
at this point, if I do get a replacement, I just want to go whole hog and get the entire rig set up.
I hear you. But I've just got
Until I have the money for that.
I've just got old Thrustmaster pedal sets hanging around doing absolutely nothing. Like not old, like new old.
When they get the money for it, I'm going to rearrange the entire office.
Nice. Do you have a particular thing you're looking at?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. A moist handoff. That's what'll be happening, a moist handoff. Sounds absolutely terrible. I don't like the word moist to begin with. It's a fucking terrible word. My phonetic Porsche pedals died also. Oh. That's not fun. Terrible design. Do you have another pedal set? Moist is the worst word. It is. It just sounds moist. Ugh. Like, the word makes the condition sound actually worse than it really is. A very trusty G27. There you go. Those older G wheels work pretty good.
They're built like tanks.
Yep, with upgraded graduated brake spring. There, nice.
Yeah, it amazes me that people are still using G25s from like 20 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, once you get used to something, like,
Well, it's that, but
Tend to-
also the fact that these still last. Because I
Yeah.
know people who have new Thrustmasters that are like 3 years old and they're already giving out.
I've been one of the few people that have used Thrustmaster stuff since probably 2014, 2015, and used all those wheelbases for a very long time and have been fortunate enough to not have an issue.
But I've heard decent stuff about like their higher end like bases, but anything from the budget tier just craps out. in
I had
2 years.
T300s, I had TXs, or a TX, a T300, and I ran those forever. And then when the TSPC Racer came out, I ended up getting that because I was working for Inside Sim Racing, and they sent me that, and I used that for a long time. And then I just swapped over to a TGT because I did a E3 booth for Thrustmaster in 2018, and they gave me while I was there, they're like, we don't want to take this home. Do you want it? I'm like, yes, I will take. Dude, I had to truck that thing out of that LA Convention Center. I thought my arms were going to fall off because I had no way except to carry it. And it's not light because it had a pedal set in there. And, thought everything was going to come off my body. But I made it. And so, yeah, I got that TGT, but I never plugged it in until last year when GT7 came out. So now I'm using the TGT. So pretty much, I don't buy anything until something dies, and nothing's died. So I
Then
just,
you just get it for free.
then I did. Now I don't. So if something dies now, I'm gonna have to pay for it. Yes, the Thrustmaster carry. That can be taken several different ways.
Yeah.
Farmer's carry is a great for building trap. Yeah, that's how I had to carry it. Because there was no way I had so much stuff. I literally, from our booth, why did I shift to third there? From the booth, I left straight from my car. And I already had like my stuff with me that I was like, change of clothes or whatever from the hotel. I had already taken my stuff, and so yeah, I had all that stuff included, plus trying to cart that thing out and like switching to from shoulder to shoulder. It was worth it, but man, My shoulders were wasted. And then I drove 7 hours home.
With sore shoulders as well. Wow. No.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it was okay. It took a little while for my shoulders to relax, but it was all right. Threw on some podcast, and away I went. Shoulders can be replaced.
No, they can't.
We have the technology.
Give it a few years then, maybe.
Oh, I'm in. If we could figure out a way before I die. Oh boy. Oh boy. A little too deep there, Billy. If we could figure out a way to totally make me bionic, I'm in. Do it. And then I'm hoping before I die, we figure out a way to get people out into space. And you can just shoot me out in a pod. I'm like 98 years old. Hopefully I can still see. Shoot me out into space, and then I die in space. It'll be great.
Just go full old man's war and get a new body once you retire.
There you go. Watch that, what is it called? That Netflix series that was based off a comic book. Oh my gosh, where they insert the memories.
That narrows it down.
Yeah, I know. Well, it was a while ago.
Love, Death, and Robots?
No. It was live action stuff. It's where they took, so the rich could afford like any body they wanted, and the poor people couldn't. But your memories were tied to a disc that inserted into the back at the base of your skull. And when you died, as long as like, I don't know, whatever thing it is, all of your memories would get transferred to the next body. And this one was like, I don't know, they wanted some guy for something. Oh, what is the name of that? Somebody's gonna say it, and I'll be like, that's it. It was like popular for the first season, and then the second season might have had Idris Elba, somebody, I don't remember. And the second season didn't do so great, but the first season was interesting. Oh, Portia.
Hi.
I can't remember. It was a while ago.
I want to say Blade Runner because that's the only cyberpunk
Yeah, no.
thing I can think of right now.
Yeah, no, it was a Netflix thing, exclusive. This was before, like, all the other stuff. Oh, it doesn't matter. But I'd be in for that. But then, you know, you could get put in somebody else's body, and that's like...
Oh, hang on. Was it Aeon Flux?
Yes. I think. Probably came out in like 2017 or so. 16, 17, somewhere in that neighborhood. Thanks. And not looking it up to torture me. Thank you.
Well, that wasn't it because that's just a movie.
No, maybe that's not it.
Also, that's a movie from 2005.
No, that's not it. The very first one, the protagonist was a guy, and he was like some sort of mercenary or something. He wakes up in somebody else's body, and they've swapped him out because they want him. Some rich person has hired him, got his memory disk or whatever, put him in another body, and he's trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, it's like a whole thing. But I can't remember what it's called. altered carbon, maybe? Maybe that's it? That might be it. And here you said you weren't going to look it up.
Yeah, synopsis pretty much tracks with what you said.
Okay, there we go. That's it. First season was kind of interesting. Second season was...
These days, Netflix shows barely even get to second season before they cancel.
Nah, I know. I don't even bother watching anymore because I'm like, you're just going to cancel it. Oh, they're going to take each other out. Viper, please. Woohoo, yeah! Holy shit. That is the first time I have attempted that. And it didn't feel very good.
Oh, it's easier than it looks.
To murder your racer again. You'll ask Bing AI, I'm sure that'll get you far. You're gonna ask it how many muffins is a healthy amount to eat every day? Jesus. Depends on the muffin. Like what kind? Ideal muffin consumption is probably just measured in macros. Again, like you talking
Chocolate chip here or
right? Like this stuff matters.
Muffins are free. Okay, well, free calories don't count, so I think you're good for what, 10 a day, maybe, at least.
Right? The free kind. I like that. The muffins just grow on trees.
I didn't pay for it. Wait, doesn't count exactly.
Okay. I mean, whatever you got to do to make yourself feel better. Are you calling those free pounds? Is that what you're doing? Oh, that has a bunch of implications. I shouldn't have said that out loud.
Okay.
Bing gave me a very long answer talking about added sugars and how those are bad. Boring. Yeah, nobody wants to hear about the health part of it. Who wants that? You're gonna mess me up, aren't you? Yes, you are. Oh, Billy. What are you doing? Being stupid, that's what I was doing. Therefore, you should limit your muffin intake to no more than one per day. I've already had 2, and I'll have another one. You can't tell me what to do, Bing.
See, this is why no one uses Bing anymore.
Probably. They tell them all the bad things. Really like that Corvette. I used to own a slot car store, and I make 1/32 scale wood routed tracks for like the Scale Electric, Fly, all the Carrera, all that stuff. And I remember having the C5s and stuff. Like all the cars in here, I think they made in slot cars.
Do you ever make any real race tracks and race them around the store?
All my tracks were based off of real ones. So I made the one in my store. We used to hold races every Wednesday night. 4-lane routed wood track. It was called Sidewinder Raceway. You can probably still look it up. It was based off of Road Atlanta. And I didn't make like traditional crossover squeeze lane like racetracks. I made race tracks. So they raced really well. I made one based off of Watkins Glen. I made one based off of Old Riverside. I did one off of Magello. What else did I do? I made a dirt oval that was based off of my home track. What's that?
I said, of course.
Yeah. I used to put cocoa powder down so the cars would slide. And it looked like they were throwing rooster tails. It was a riot. Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh. Spectre 2, yellow flag. Wallace has stacked it.
I don't know who Wallace is, but they're not in the top 4 still.
Well, there you go.
Unfortunate.
They don't matter. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, that's cool. The Viper logo does glow. That's neat.
Yeah, it also turns on when they get on the brakes.
Ah.
See that because they have lights in the background.
All right, it's not looking quite so overcasty. Skies have lightened up a little bit,
Just trying to give you hope.
right? Before it
Middle of your
tears it from me.
and it just goes full.
Right, just dumps. I watch this on YouTube. I like So I do like backpacking every once in a while, like up in the mountains. And so I watch this guy on YouTube, and he's from back east. He's like, I think he's like Virginia or something. And he says a phrase that always confuses me. He says, it's just pouring the rain. And I'm like, the rain? You mean it's just pouring rain? Like, no, it's the rain. And it just like, I don't know. It breaks my brain when he says it.
Can't say that's a phrase I've ever heard here, so.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Very local thing, or he's just weird.
I don't know what it is, but he says it every single time. He's like, because he usually camps in like bad weather, and when he goes out, he's all, it's, oh man, it's just pouring the rain out here. I'm all, why is it the? Is it special? That it is strange phrasing. It's, a leader went off in Sector 3. Oh, I'm about to go off right now. Oh, God. It confused me. Oh, it's still on. I didn't take it off.
F4 or F5, I think.
Oh, and he hit me.
Ooh. Yeah, it's F4.
F4. Okay. I got back in and I thought it was off, and it was not.
Yeah, anything you change in the race doesn't seem to stick for whatever reason.
I wasn't paying attention. I was listening to what the guy said because it said the leader's off, and then I'm like, oh shit. Good job, Billy. Here, I was trying to make the whole thing without doing that. Wendlinger,
Your own
what's
little
going on?
personal wall of champions.
Right? Everybody's got to touch it once. My bad.
Car seems okay. Well, yeah, that's because damages and
Right. It'll probably have like,
barely on, so it'll be fine.
yeah, it'll have like 10 seconds of damage.
If that.
Nope, I just wasn't paying attention. I listened to the leader going off, and then I pushed the brake. For me, the only hard thing about this car is it's like the brake is too soft for me. Like the brake kicks in too early. So trying to find where the brake locks up is really difficult. I like to use my brake pedal. I don't like to just breathe on it. So I tend to overdo it. Let's see, where's that button? There. Yes, I paid for the whole pedal. I want to use it, damn it. Talking about iRacing, that's what's hard for me about iRacing is there's a lot of cars that just those modern GTP cars require you to be so light on the brakes. I'm like, there's no way you would ever drive this car like this. I hate it.
That's why I gave up on the Porsche though. Those things, despite the fact that they should have ABS, which they do in real life, but they don't do in the freaking game. Anyway, separate rant. Just as soon as you so much as look at the brake pedal, the brakes lock up.
Yeah, drives me nuts. not do this again, huh? Yeah, you can see my lockup going in. My panic. It's not stopping. Nope, try to shift for that magical 7th. We need more things to happen to the leader. That's what we need. Pardon me. Holy cow. Yes, those two cars are just parked in the sand forever. The sand lot, yes.
At least one of them has been there since lap 100, so...
Oh, yeah. Well, they... that one... What is it, a Porsche sitting there? That one's been there since I started, the very first one. And then that, whatever LMP car that is sitting there, that's been there since I started this whole thing. Everyone gets together every Sunday and just sands things. Sunday where you are.
Remember, get sand responsibly.
That's right. Friends don't let friends sand too much. We don't share a pit stall with our teammate, do we? Or do we?
I don't think so. Although I can't say I've ever seen him in there, so probably not.
Hmm.
But also they're at least a lap ahead of us, if not two, so... Yeah, more than
Gotcha.
2 laps ahead of us, so I don't think it'll ever be an issue.
That's our teammate ahead of us?
No, ahead of us is the Courage.
Oh, that's right.
It is in second.
Well, we need to tell him to take an L. Team orders here.
It doesn't work. We're in the like hand-me-down car.
Yeah, but we're obviously the cooler team. The fact that we're humans.
What did Crabby say? He assembled a bunch of nerds?
Yes.
So yeah, I think that ship has sailed long ago.
Ah, well, damn.
Arguably, you're the only cool person there who was to do.
I don't know about that.
No piss and tropes allowed. Oh, okay, well, goodbye then. Have fun. That's me out.
I like that humans are cooler than robots. I mean, it's because I said so. Oops, too far. Don't do that.
So that's what, about 20 more minutes in this thing at most, and then another one, so
Yeah.
hopefully like one-ish. Depending on the car. I'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll be fine. Well, what I'm going to do is when I'm done, I will grab something to eat. I'm going to eat, and then I'll come back and check in on you. And if you're struggling or whatever, then I can take over. You know.
You all have such faith in me.
What's that?
I said you all have such faith in me.
Oh, no. It's not. Psh, you just did like 4 stints in a row. I believe in you. I'm just saying, I know how I get.
Great.
I thought you did 4.
No.
Are you sure? Oh. I thought you did 4.
He just put it that way because one of them started like 8 minutes into the last. Yeah.
Oh. Well, regardless. I just know how I get when it's that early in the morning, late in the evening, whatever you want to say. My eyes get all heavy when I freaking do any sort of driving that late on a sim. I'm like, Am I going to eat any muffins? I don't think I have any. Bagels.
Yeah. Will you be okay for a few minutes? I have to.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, no worries. Take your time. You've eaten muffins and you feel great? Bad? It's a bad great? It's a great bad? Very lethargic. Too much carbs and sugar. Could have passed him on the right if I had gotten to the throttle sooner, but I wasn't sure what he was going to do. So not good catching him there. Really leave it in second. Really leave it in second. Getting faster. Alright, so obviously leaving it in the other gear is better. Speed, take me with you. Yeah, Mr. Speed. I'd have to get up and stretch my legs a little. Try to hit that magical seventh gear again. Sector 3 is yellow. Oh, the leader went off. All right, don't crash again, Billy. Oh, he's back on the track. Follow the leader. I should not do that. I did it last time. It didn't work out so well. Why aren't I the leader? Not fast enough. Yeah, if you're not first, you're last. This is very true. Ooh, I ran a 329. That's my best one. missed it. Have a PB&J to celebrate. PB, yes. Personal best jelly. That is what it stands for. Oh boy. Oh, this is gonna be all bad. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. Got one more stint after this. Little squirrely. Which way you gonna go? Okay. Now I need to guess modern Volvos have curved. Yes. I need to go to Discord, drop in the next. That. Delete that. And select. I'm just, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm taking the save file and making a backup in case anything goes wrong. And typing with gloves is not even one. Post. So we're making backup from when I saved from pit road at the beginning. I'm doing that because it turns off my force feedback when I click off the screen, and then I have to click on, and it's easier to do it on pit road. And then let's click back on the screen. Let's save this. Save. And now we're gonna upload that for our backup. Get rid of the CCRS. This. Add it, and we're gonna call this. And 2, 3, hit. There we go. Back on screen. And continue. go. Make sure we're full of fuel. Oh, only 6 seconds of repair. Mediums, everything's good. Okay. Now I need to shrink that. What if you ran the game off a failing hard drive to simulate mechanical failures? Yeah, right?
The game will crash enough when we get near the end.
Oh, yeah. That's why we're kind of just doing this as to get into the, I guess, practice of in case something happens. But later on, I think Crabby and Fish are going to have a hard time.
Yeah, they're gonna have to save like every lap. At least that's their plan.
Yeah, that's going to be brutal because that's definitely going to add to their stint times. Oh.
You were asking if we share a pit stall? There you go. They're all the way at the other end of the pit lane.
There we go. Alright, now I've got to do my force feedback. There we go.
There's no Panoz. Oh, no, that's not Panoz. That's...
That was whatever that one is. Lola? Is that what that was?
Yeah, Lola B20.
Alright, now we'll save. Okay. Last stint, here we go. I was proud of myself. I got down to a 329. That's before that was like a real little 331.
329, you said?
Yeah?
That would be pretty much fastest lap so far, then. Oh yeah, you did hit the fastest lap. Damn. Nice.
Well, somebody did a 26. That wasn't me. But I did a 29.
Sorry, I heard 26.
No. Not that good. I did a 29.
Not yet. Give it another 2 stints. We'll get there.
Yep, this is my last one. Thank you for telling me the next car is Brabham. Good old crew chief.
Interesting. How did you lose the lap? Or how did you lose that many spaces?
Everything's the same.
Because they were in second.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
We're gaining time on the lead versus we're still good.
Yeah, the leader keeps going off in Sector 3 about every, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. I love this car. Look at that. That's friggin' great. There was a really boutique manufacturer of slot cars that made that car. It's so cool. Oh, easy now. Don't run into me. Dive? We're gonna dive. Okay.
Yeah, that's one of their Reynards.
Yeah, the Reynards. Yeah. Company called Spirit made them. Their crew chief keeps telling them to go off, King. He's taking it literal. Too slow. Oh. Taking a pit stop. Get rid of that. On the left. Come back. Oh, thanks, crew chief. It's looking a little gray again.
Josh.
Don't say it. Holy Panoz. What are you doing to me? land jammers. Perfect. Thank you. Or do I say lawn jammers? Oh, try to hit the magic 7th gear again. Oh, that was too early. When you take an EMP to your local PC gaming party in the early 2000s, you're like, take this and tell them land jammers did it.
Probably just take the big magnet.
Oh. Hard drives be damned.
Just all states from the thing then.
Yep.
Just all those CRTs.
Ooh, yeah.
You just imagine the heat from it.
Oh, yeah. Your internet cafe back then was hotboxing it.
Very glad I was never a part of that back then.
Can't say that I was either. Up to the 5th. Turn, please. And make the turn. Oh, I'm pushing on the brake too hard. Getting too excited. Oh, the air temperature's increasing. Oops. Oh, okay, that was a little liberal. Shouldn't do that.
Fine. I saw Crabby taking that turning to both the inside and the outside.
Oh, okay.
So anything he's done, I'd say is fair game.
Fair enough. Trying to use the 2-tire rule. Broke too early. Hit the brakes too early. Too conservative. Oh, sector 3 is yellow. On Gartzen. And he must have cleared it. Not the right way to do that. For one yellow flag. It's in sector 2. They're all over the place.
Sorry to
Thank you. Thank you for telling me I'm slow. Alboreto has crashed.
Just trying to give the space back to the painters.
Watch out for those barriers. They'll only slow you down. That'll make a great replay. Nice move. What'd I do? I don't even know. Was just giving you engagement for the algo. Thank you. I appreciate your efforts. You're like, everybody's like, wow, you're doing great sitting in the pit lane. What am I doing? Mess myself up. Superliminal encouragement. Yes. Oh, this is not going to be great. Oh, thank God this car has speed.
High speed slalom.
Yeah. Oh. Woo. Hi there. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Still a 330. Not too bad. Well, there's a line of cars in front of us. This ought to be fun. so glad he didn't pull out in front of me, trying to pass that Porsche. It's a little too soon. Glad that worked out. Oh, hi. That was a 330 with that big old screw up. Oh my gosh. I just got greedy with the throttle, I guess. Oops. Bounced a little too much over the curb and gave it a little too much throttle too early. Gonna catch up before the corner. Should have still gone to the left. Should have gone to the left. Would have been a better idea. Who's this up here? again. Yes, thank you. Missed it that time. I like this car. This is not going to end well. Oh, they made a slot car of this one too. Nice. Jesus. And I messed that up. Oh, whoops. Tokyo Drift.
There's style points in endurance racing, aren't there?
I think so. If there aren't, there should be. So I don't have to feel so stupid about that move.
What's the name of they should have those.
Put it in the suggestion box.
Well, I hope your French is better than mine, though.
Probably not.
Well, they failed 2 years in a row, so it can't be that much
Oh,
worse.
well. My French consists of, like, you know, dumb American things like French fry, croissant. Oui, oui, baguette. Oh, we are on list strike once again.
Okay.
Took me a second to figure out what was going on there.
More countries in one event.
I'm an equal opportunist. I can do terrible British accents. I can do terrible Australian accents. German, I mean, you know, we just run down the list. Catch this guy before I get there. No, we're gonna have to follow him through. Mm-mm. Ah, they're side by side up there. That's good. That's good.
It's one of those things I'm at the airport for some reason.
Oh, well, maybe you don't know that you're at the airport.
I mean, if it was up to the car yesterday, I would have still been at the airport.
Oof.
Yeah, whoever installed the new battery decided that they didn't
Oh,
have
no.
a positive lead, so I was driving around with a car that didn't charge.
Wonderful.
So suddenly I'm sitting there in the parking lot at the airport, circling the thing. It's like, no.
It sucks.
Fuck.
Oh.
That's why we have a membership to AAA, but still.
Right.
It's an extra hour I didn't want to wait.
Oh, please. Woo, baby.
Crazy vibe.
Well, you all set? You ready to go?
Oh, me?
Yeah?
Yep, I'm here. I'm not reading comments. I'm totally ready. Yeah, you still got, what, like 4 laps?
Yeah.
Thereabouts? In that case, I will be right back.
No problem. Changing my seat position. Seating position is a little better, but still kind of sore. I may have just worn out the padding. Got to see if they sell more padding or if I have to get another seat. Getting another seat would suck. Oh, man. Took much longer this time for the tailbone to hurt, but the tailbone's just about had it. No way to not have that happen in that spot. The way I caught him.
Okay, now
All right.
And did you decide on your dinner yet?
I have not. I have no idea what I'm going to do. Definitely hungry. Might try to, like, Made some salmon burger patties the other day. I may try to do that, maybe.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's I like them a lot. Basically, you're just making a fish cheeseburger. Some good seasoning. I may try to do that.
We have one person here that absolutely cannot stand fish, so I might try that once they're gone. 2 days. Give me an excuse to fire up a grill then.
There you go. Yeah, that's what I plan on doing. I think I'll just throw it out there on the barbecue and let her rip. Ooh, a 28.8. That's my best one.
Nice.
A little slow through there. Not close enough. Last time I tried to go to the right of somebody there, it didn't work out.
One good thing about the AI, they always take the exact same line.
Yeah. Okay.
It would take like 3 minutes.
And this first file that I drop in, you're not going to take that one. It's the second file that I drop.
Okay, the second one's right before pit stop, right?
Yes, the second one will be right before. So the first one I upload is going to be from the beginning of the stint after the pit. And then the second set's going to be... Yeah, no. The second set's going to be the one pre, like right now.
Gotcha.
There we go. Close up portion.
So I asked Fish this, but I'll ask you as well. But if it wasn't for Crabby and you had to choose one of these cars to drive for yourself, would you still be in the Panoz?
Ooh, that'd be a tough one. What I usually try to do is if I'm doing a one-off race, I will pick the one that kind of finished in the middle of the pack. If it's from like a series, I will pick the one that finished the worst in the points. And that's kind of how I determine what car I'm going to run. And I also pick like the class that has the most cars. So class that has the most cars. And then, yeah, one of those two options after that. I like the Panoz. I'd pretty much be happy running just about everything except the Porsches.
So basically try to give yourself the biggest challenge possible.
Yeah. I would try to like put it in a way. Let me post this first one here. Try to do it in a way that seems, somewhat realistic. That's like when I was talking earlier. About taking each car out, running my pace with it, and then trying to set the AI for each, car at that pace. So it kind of gives me something. If there's performance differences between the cars, then it's kind of like to my pace in whatever car I'm going to drive, so that the other AI cars are kind of running their same pace as if I were to run those cars. I don't know if that makes sense, but
Yeah, you do your own BOP.
yeah. All right, so what do we call this? This is int 3 post that one. All right, now I'm gonna flop over here, and then we're gonna save. Okay, and then this one will be int P. And 3. That's the one you're gonna want. Stint 3. And I don't need to go do the pit stop, right? I should be all good.
Yeah, you don't have to if you don't want to.
Okay.
You can have a
Not
look
okay.
and see what all cars are retired and such, if that interests you.
Yes. Yeah.
Just be warned, it will crash on you at some point.
Sure. All right. Well, that was great. Good luck. I'll come back in to check on you after I'm done eating. I'll have also have the stream going in case, whatever. Not that anything will happen, but yeah, that was good. This is a lot of fun.
Thank you.
So,
I will see you
yep.
in a while.
All right. And everybody, that is the end of my stints. We only had one off that was our own fault. Thank you. Going backward. Yes. As it keeps going. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. I'm interested to see how it turns out. Probably going to stay right in 5th. But this was great, and I appreciate Crabby and Fish and Scooby for running with me and Crabby putting it together. And thanks to everybody that stopped by and hung out today during my two what do you call them? 2 runs. And yeah, Court Martial. I don't know if Webbit is still here, but yeah, everybody that stopped by, hanging out, all that, I really appreciate it. And I will see you all later. Have a great rest of your day and or evening. Take care.
Hello.
There. I guess I'm waiting.
Yeah, I guess we just wait. Goddamn Tinsel.
I didn't expect that.
No, neither did I.
Actually, that is... Oh, yeah, spin recovery. Fuck off. It's kind of appropriate because... Oh, come on, I just spoke with him. Billy was asking if we shared our pit stall with anyone.
I didn't think we
Or with
did.
a
I
teammate.
hadn't seen it, but a teammate is a Cadillac apparently. But yeah, he left before I could get here, but lap times were doing really well in the end.
Yeah, he was getting a lot of speed. Are you hearing any music in the background of my stream, or not? Is that fine?
I can't hear any music now.
Good. Then it's working as intended.
Oh my god. It's very cold downstairs in my house.
How are you feeling?
I felt really bad when I was trying to go to sleep. And now I feel, my throat really hurts. But I feel a bit better, but I think it's just because I've had like an hour nap, so your body's just kind of like, oh yeah, you're definitely better now. Oh, people can't see the stream because we're on the wrong bloody thing. So when are you getting in the car? What time is it? It's 6:06. See, his stints were a bit slower.
Just a tad. The sky has been threateningly grey a few times now.
If you've uploaded the GBD file or whatever into your game, then the AI should be the same speed as us in the wet.
I did, but I think you're assuming a lot about our speed then. Oh, crap.
As in you're not going to lose like 10 seconds. Basically, you'll lose like 3, 4 if you haven't practiced in the wet. So it won't be as much as a slaughter. But I don't think it will rain, he says.
Well, now you guaranteed it. Okay.
Let's send Billy a message. There's. I almost called him Bully.
Yeah, I was, paying attention to a stream. Apparently, the number one, the Audi first is having a habit of going off like every 10 to 20 minutes.
Oh really? Interesting. And we're like 400 seconds behind the next car, I think. Well, that's fine. That SMG is mega quick.
Yeah, we're 2 laps down.
I'm very interested to see how this scoreboard's going to look at the end of it.
Well, right now we're pretty much bang on where the actual
Where we
car
should be,
finished.
yeah. It'd be interesting to see if we actually finish the amount of laps down as well. We come
Oh, I
to
didn't
like,
look at that.
we come to within like 1 or 2 laps, I would have done my job properly. Ugh. I was writing a message. I really couldn't catch you there, but thank you for your effort and time. I really appreciate it.
Not a problem. Are you gonna be smart and head back for another nap, or?
Maybe. I find it really hard to go back to sleep again.
I usually have the opposite problem. I can never wake up. Once I'm gone, I'm gone.
I used to have a real problem with like alarms and stuff, but I guess I've just kind of like trained my body. I guess when I have an alarm, normally I actually wake up just before the alarm and end up turning off and then end up just getting up.
Something similar, only when I turn off the alarm, I then go right back to bed. So I've gotten into the habit of having my alarm clocks on the opposite end of the room.
Ibby's not here, which is a bit unfortunate because I need to swap over the stream. And means his stream
He's
will
streaming
not.
your stream, isn't he?
Yeah, which is a problem for him because I can't stream my stream if I have changed my stream.
Oh. Okay, no, I get what you mean now. You meant switch it over to a new stream, not switch it over to stream my POV.
Yeah. It's okay, like, I guess at least one of our versions has the full race. And I guess he wasn't too bothered about it staying on the right screen the whole time if went to bed or something, I don't know. Something
Know what the plan was.
Scooby in the car. Be in the car.
Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? In France, apparently.
In France, stuck. I can't get out. Has anyone seen an escape road around here? Should be getting light here soon in the UK. Some frost on the cars. It's the first night that I've seen my own breath whilst walking the dog in the evening.
Lucky you, I've had that a few days already.
Get this to pop out.
Yeah, I used to be a winter person, then I got a car, and now I'm no longer a winter person.
I like
Don't want to...
autumn, the colours, and I like wearing warm clothes. Like I really enjoy like wearing like all the the jumpers and stuff. But I think when it starts like properly, I don't know, because winter's great because I have my birthday and then it's Christmas. Good times.
For me, it's the opposite. I have Christmas, New Year's, and then it's my birthday. Which point everyone is so incredibly sick of the holidays they don't want to visit anymore, which I can't really blame them.
Honestly, we had our summer was over and immediately the Christmas stuff went onto the shelves. Which is fucking mental. Like the trees hadn't even started to go like orange yet.
Yeah, at least in the US we have the excuse that we kind of have Thanksgiving and Halloween to hold off the tide.
Yeah, I mean they try and sell Halloween too, they just do both at the same time. It's
Halloween
bad.
was not really a thing in the UK.
It is if you're in like the towns and the cities and stuff, it's quite a big thing. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, so I don't really associate with it very much.
What are we doing?
You'd get like the village children come over to your door and I would just like scare them, but I wouldn't really take part. It didn't really interest me. Because my birthday's the next day as well, so just like early bedtime. Mopar. Sniff. What controller are you using, by the way?
PS4.
Ah, fair. I use a PS3 controller for mine.
I use that as well, but this one's more comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. I remember when I got like the PS4 and the controller was so much bigger and I was like, I don't know what to do with this.
That said, if I had the option, I would be using a PS1 controller. I don't think they've made a better one since.
Yeah, they definitely decreased in quality over time, didn't they?
Yeah, like I'm on my second DS4 now, but the one I have for the PS1 still works after years. It's like even the PS2 one still holds up.
Yeah, my PS2 controller, which I've had since like the beginning, so we're talking like 2000, that still works. We still use it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically I was like, how do I get my girlfriend into playing video games? Get the controller plugged in and play some like, I've been playing like Lego Lord of the Rings and It Takes Two and stuff. They're pretty good. I think I need to get her into Portal next, but I think I might blow up her brain, to be quite honest.
Party-like game. Look up Overcooked.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty good game.
That one's a lot of fun, but it might break up the relationship.
We have
There's a lot of yelling involved.
we have a board game called Twilight Struggle, and we have genuinely have to have like a sit down talk whilst playing that game because it's like, do we need to stop playing this game because it's destroying us? It's so tense, that game. I love it so much. Under 7 hours left to go. So I readjusted his time for when you started the stint, or at least as close as I could get it. You finished at like 3:38, which is kind of pain.
It's fine if I don't think about it. Probably just go to bed, wake up at 9 tomorrow morning, feed the dogs, and then go straight back.
Yeah. demand pictures of dogs.
Demand away. Most of them are foster, so they're not really our dogs.
You like an emergency foster home?
No, we run a rescue.
Ah.
If I remember tomorrow, I will send you some from our own
Nice.
dogs.
Yeah, we have one dog. She's a husky collie.
Hello, game. Please.
Interesting. Panic.
The first pause was the game. The second one was me. Anyway, yes, collie.
Yeah, she's a husky collie and a rescue. So we got her when she was 1, and she was more of a handful than she is now. Like to take her for a walk, we would go cycling with her, because that was the only way you could wear her out. And now, like, yeah, you kind of need to take her for like 2 walks a day. And now she's 10. Bloody old. I've got another dog which is a cocker clumber, so it's like a Springer, but like fatter. And the whole point of that was like we had a Labrador crossed with a Spaniel, and he was like super energetic. So we were like, okay, if we get a bigger dog, then he'll be less energetic. Oh my god, we were so wrong. It just meant that he would had the same energy, but he couldn't control it because he was bigger. So, just knocking everything over.
Instead of a tiny tornado, you get a giant wrecking ball.
Yeah. But he's like 13 now, I think, 13 or 14, and I think so. He wasn't feeling very well yesterday, so we took him to the vet, and he has like something wrong with his lumbar support in his back, like his lumbar. So he's on like anti-inflammatory medicine. He's on doctor's rest. Which is
They're
quite
so
funny.
good at keeping to that. Yeah, we had two that didn't get along. They both tried to go through one doorway, and it didn't turn out too well for one of them. I was
Right.
at the vet with them, like in the middle of the night. It was a very fun evening.
Yeah.
But no, we mostly have Galgos, which, if you know what a Greyhound is, it's basically a Spanish version of that.
Ah. It wears a nice
They're
hat.
like a little bit smaller. They're built for stamina instead of outright speed,
Yeah.
and they're used to hunt. But we have how many do we? 1, 2, 3, like 5 of those.
Crikey.
Then oh, I'm just starting. So yeah, 5 or 6 of those, and then we have 1 Borzoi, like Russian
Nice.
Wolfhound.
Yes. They're the
1
weirdest looking things.
Chihuahua miniature pincher mix.
Oh yeah.
She's a massive pain in the ass.
Yes.
1 Podenco.
My
And
cousin has it's a Chihuahua mixed with a Terrier. Oh.
ugh.
To be fair, she's quite a good dog actually. To be fair, and but she's like 17 now, and she's still like running around. It's pretty crazy.
Oh yeah, they get old. Those things can live forever.
Why won't you die? Don't know if I'm gonna
Yeah,
get another dog.
that's how we feel about ours right now. Miniature pincher. It's like,
How old is it?
I want to say like 7.
Oh right.
So we'll be stuck with her for a long
Got like
time.
another decade on top of that, yeah.
She has this really fun habit of doing this really extremely high-pitched barks as we're trying to feed them.
Oh boy.
But getting their food ready is like a 10 to 15 minute process. So by the end of it, it's every morning and every evening you're just deaf.
Yeah. Definitely some earplugs needed, I think.
I tried that, it doesn't help.
So these just your dogs? These aren't dogs that you've fostered?
No, half of them are ours. Like all the the Borzoi and the Min Pin and two of the Galgos are ours. The rest are fosters.
Brilliant. I think because yeah, we normally send our dog to my parents if we go on holiday, but we were away for like 2 weeks or something. I can't remember. Something happened, but we couldn't hand the dog over to my parents, so we had to go find somewhere to just like board it. And nothing made me more comfortable than like seeing other people when they had their own dogs. It wasn't just like other people's like dogs there. I was just like, ah, that's great. You actually like animals. How long have you been fostering for?
Stay there. Honestly, I have no clue. Like we've had dogs pretty much, and they've all come from the rescues, or yeah, from rescues since I was like 5.
Yeah.
So a good 20 years at least.
Yeah. And this is all in America, right?
No, we started in the Netherlands,
Okay.
and then we moved to the US.
Okay. So did you put up a shelter there as well?
No, it was all run from our house.
Oh.
When we were in the Netherlands, it was still like it wasn't our own rescue. It's when we moved here we set up our own one.
Yeah.
But we
Dutch
pretty much
people
always
and
foster dogs.
animals. I've got a friend called Rick who lives, well, he's Dutch. Lives near like where the fuck does he live? Can't remember. But he is part of the Dutch pigeon racing club. And it's so good. Like he's like, oh, like he'll turn up on TeamSpeak and he's like, oh, this is how my pigeons have been doing today. Talking about like how his races are going, because he also does all the stats for the pigeon racing stuff as well, which is really cool. So he put together like a program through like Python to like get everyone's timings working correctly and stuff. So like it's like a proper competition. He was like, oh yeah, I've got this pigeon that's really good, but the problem is the laser beam to say that they finished is on their cage. Now what he does is he sits on top of his cage, like cleaning his feathers. I end up having to throw sticks at him. And I was like, come down.
That seems like cheating.
Oh, so funny. He's like, the motherfucker won't get in his bloody cage. He was like, he would have been like 10th out of like 700 or 800 pigeons, and he's like sat there for like half an hour. So what took you to America then?
My mom met someone over here.
Hmm.
They decided to get married, so I either had the choice of stay there or go somewhere exciting.
Yeah, fair.
So you don't really have to ask a teenager which
Yeah,
you want.
do you want to go to Shooty Shooty Bang Bang place? Yes, please. Yes.
In hindsight, probably one of the biggest mistakes of my life, but you can't really know that ahead of time.
Oh no, you just have to do what you can.
Pretty much.
I always try and tell my partner it's not about the ending, it's about the journey. She always wants to get stuff done, like, perfectly. So like, you know, if I ever make a mistake, I'm like, well, I now know better, I can just go do something else.
You'll know for next time.
Next time you grow up.
Well, next time you do said thing. The sky is starting to turn grey again.
It's just that particular part of thing, right? Skybox.
Might be. I hope so.
Be grand.
Just phase through that Porsche. It's fine.
Yeah, just don't mention it. I don't know if you're here, but I was explaining to Billy that you have to make them phase through each other, otherwise you just have like no cars finishing the race. It's a shame. But you basically, I just have to do it with like every modded pack. If it's like the FIA GT stuff, that's fine, I can have collisions, but in this it's really difficult. The only way you could do it is you go through every single car and you move their XYZ of the box of the car, so the AI recognizes how long the car is, but that's done through trial and error basically, and I do not have the patience. I love how terrible looking that Panoz is.
I don't know, I prefer the livery on it.
It's pretty
Just a
good.
shame about roll cage.
Yeah, that's the one thing I hate about it. But also love it at the same time.
Yeah, Toby was mentioning it has that because it came from a different series.
Yeah, the sports car series or whatever. Find the spotter guide again. It has it written down on it. Okay, let's have a look. So number 10. Red with a bit of blue. Yes, the Sports Racing World Cup. There's a few cars in this, so like the Cadillacs are from the Rolex, like the Grand Am series. We're of course from. Oh yeah, so the Dams is from. Oh, okay. So 1, 2, they're from Rolex. 2 is from the Sport Car series. 4 is again from the Sport Car series. Although they did do a couple of races in LMS this year. I guess it's just taking information as to how they got the invite, I guess.
I think I see a Panoz behind us. Our bigger brother.
What else we got here? Number 5 Mopar is just a 24-hour Le Mans entry. What does that even mean? 24-hour Le Mans only. I got an invite from a thing that isn't listed. Very confused.
But
Okay.
you don't necessarily need an invite, do you?
It says, note, I couldn't find information about invitations by ACO in 2000, so I went with in which series car team entered most during that year. Okay. So LMP 900 and LMP 675, Le Mans prototypes 900 and 675 in their early years, especially after return of Bentley in 2001, were defined by ACO regulations as open cockpit race car prototypes. OCRP. OSIP. No. OCRP. Yeah. Windscreen and doors were optional for both the prototype classes in 2000 edition, while bodywork was mandated to cover all wheels apart from wheel arches. Cars were allowed to have two wing profiles maximum.
What does that mean?
I don't know. So I guess you can only bring a high downforce and a low downforce wing, I guess.
Yeah, but who in the right mind is gonna run a high downforce wing at this track?
Well, I guess there'd be like slight variation, right? So like as the track gets cooler, you would take wing off. LMGTS. LMGTS class was allowing GTS cars from ALMS and Grand Am, as well as GT2 cars, otherwise known as GT, from the FIA GT. LMGT. Although LMGT was not a spec class, Le Mans 2000 edition attracted only Porsche 911 GT3R cars to the grid. It was the only car that was any good in 2000. The Ferrari hadn't released the proper version of their Ferrari 360.
Yeah, they'd only been racing in America but at that point.
They had taken part in like so up to Le Mans, this point right now, the only Ferraris we've seen is FIA GT, at least in my career, at Monza, and there was one at Silverstone, but that had wings on it. The ones at Monza didn't have any wings.
So that'd be 360 challenges then,
Yeah,
instead of the proper.
GTCs or whatever they were called. Okay, the 7 LMP 900, the Audi, they're 789. They're all from American Le Mans, 11 American Le Mans, 12 American Le Mans, 15 the Thomas Becher BMW V12. That's 24-hour only. So they really were scraping the barrel with this, weren't they? Like, has anyone got a prototype and wants to take part this year? And they were like, I will.
Anyone want to get beaten by Audi?
Yeah.
The red splotch in my mirror is getting bigger.
Oh, yeah, I can see it. Ooh.
Yep.
Cool,
It's
man.
Panoz.
The number 16 Pescarolo was from American Le Mans? I haven't seen that car yet. Interesting. I have the SMG
Feels a
LMS.
bit odd that Pescarolo would need an invitation from anything besides the ACO.
I know. But again, actually, this is not based on invitation, it's just based on what they run most on the year.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
Conrad Racing for Holland. They are ALMS as well. Raffinelli, ALMS. SI Dragon Team Cars. One of them racing in the Sports Car Champion Sports Racing World Cup, and the other one was just a Le Mans entry.
Didn't they get the stupid roll bars?
Oh, true. Maybe like the number 10, maybe they failed like a crash test on the roll hoop or something and they were forced to use a roll hoop or something. I need to look that up. No one's gonna know, are they?
Okay, that was exciting.
What
I think
type
Jan Lammers just got taken out by a Porsche.
Too bad he's behind us.
Actually, I didn't just gain a lap on that, so that might not have been Jan.
I thought Jan was behind us. The person in front of us is Gasho.
Yeah, but I didn't gain an extra lap, so that might have been someone else.
Huh.
We'll see if they're still there.
So, if I do this, Le Mans 2000. I can buy a miniature of the number 10 with the roll hoop. 142 euros.
No thanks. I'd rather have one of this car, and I don't even like this one particularly much.
Okay, let's clear it up. I don't know if I can look at the car's technical regs or something.
Goodbye.
They quick.
I let them by. I don't want to have that sitting behind me through the Porsche cars.
Fastest lap IRL during the race was a 3:37.3. So we're like 10 seconds faster a lap.
It's a bit quicker, yeah. Huh. Though I guess they weren't cutting the chains and such as nearly as much as we are.
Yeah, I think we just have like, you know, like all video games, the cars are always a lot faster than they should be. Oldest known drivers: Mario Andretti, 60, Katsunori Ikitani, 59, and Walter Brunet, 58. Youngest known drivers: Gunnar Jeanette at 18, Lucas Luhr at 21, and Sebastian Bourdais at 21 as well.
Bourdais in a Porsche?
Can't. Let's have a look here. I opened up the wrong thing. Windows Media Player.
Oh wait, I'm thinking of someone else. Dumas was always in a Porsche.
I can't do a search. He be in. He's in the Pescarolo car, or I guess not anymore. They're in the garage.
Really, that's the courage who should be in front of us instead of the one that is.
The C60.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is in front of us.
Yeah, but in real life that one retired and the Pescarolo one was
true.
in front of this car. Done a switcheroo.
Thought there was going to be more incidents, so I just didn't bother putting in more retirements. Mistake that was.
Oh, I didn't look. Was the car still there?
What car?
The one that got taken out by the Porsche.
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't looking either.
We're so good at this.
Your job to look. I don't need to look anymore. Not yet, anyway. Not until like 2 hours time. Here we are doing Le Mans Ultimate before Le Mans Ultimate even came out. We're gonna get a cease and desist letter.
You are, I'm not doing anything.
You're taking part. You're subject to the illegal crime.
I plead the fifth. That holds up in. Whoa!
We're
Okay.
we're actually an international illegal ring now.
No.
Who else? The Hansen car is in LMS. They do like pretty much all the races apart from like 1 or 2. And then it's the Bora number 30. They're the sports car. Sports Racing. I hate that name of that championship. Sports Racing World Cup. I hate it. I think it's just for only for prototypes. It's a
That
weird.
must be why no one's ever heard of it.
Yeah, it's one of those really weird championships that we had in the. After the World Sports Car stuff shut down, all the European teams were like, well, we still want to do endurance racing. What do we do? And they ended up making like a sprint competition with only prototypes, and it was dreadful. Like, literally tens of years of heritage of multi-class racing, and then someone said, what happens if we just run them by themselves? And someone went, yes. What an idiot.
And then it ran out of money.
Yes. Because American Le Mans came along and they were like, that's way cooler. Multimatic Motorsport was an American Le Mans. Rock, both the Rock cars ALMS as well. Both the WR cars are 24-hour only. All the Oricas, they are ALMS. So I think they bought 3 cars whenever there was a special event. So like Sebring 10-hour. I'm not sure about the 6-hour races. Belmondo. We've got our first FI GT car. And the Team GOH. Is it Chamberlain? Oh, I understand now why they had not any Japanese drivers. So I think the main sponsor is the Team GOH thing, but it's run by Chamberlain Engineering.
Team Go?
Yeah. Which makes sense. Passport Holland from FIGT, Freisinger FIGT, Conrad from ALMS, Corvette NMS, Corvette LMS. And then Porsches are from everywhere. So the 71 Porsche, the Porsche North America one, the Aspen Knowles car, that's ALMS. The Repsol Racing Engineering car, that's Compietano di España DGT. Team Tizen Advan is
Super GT entry.
yeah, Autobacks Cup All Japan GT Championship. Bantai Gunna Racing is Grand American Road Racing Championship. 6 cycle team, that's ALMS. Labre Competition, that's FIGT. Jean-Luc Maury Larabière, that's FIGT. Perspective Racing, FIGT. Club Renstall Excelsior, that's Castrol Belcar, so that's the Belgium racing series.
That's the series that basically only does Zolder and
It's the only track we have.
yeah, they do like a 12-hour Zolder and a 24-hour, I think.
All right.
They have some weird cars in that series.
I think it used to be like televised on Motors TV or something, but there was a race. The race, the 24-hour of Zolder. I really liked the cars in competition there. Like you had like radicals at the top, and then like kind of filtering down from that all the way down to like kind of like legal street cars. That was kind of cool. Oh, Deborah.
It's fine.
Saw you coming at the last minute, was like, ah! Habitat Racing, IGT, Ski Racing International, ALMS, Dick Barber, ALMS as well. So a good mix. Most of it's ALMS though, to be fair. Might as well have been a point scoring round, to be fair.
I think ACO would have thrown a strop if that had happened.
Well, you invited us.
I think on Suffrage, because ACO wasn't probably not a fan of what Panoz was doing.
Yeah.
The LMS.
Okay, this is quite
They were
interesting.
reluctant to send cars over when he was doing Petit Le Mans the first time round.
Yeah. So the number 5, if we spot it, has yellow inside of the roll hoop. I wonder if that's been painted. Probably not.
There's yellow what?
Yellow inside the roll hoop, like the colour.
Oh.
And the other car has green. Okay, the only way to tell the difference between the damn cars is one of them has a yellow windscreen and the other one has a red windscreen. You can barely see it.
I think you're going to be able to spot that. That's not helping.
Let's see what else needed. Technical data, let's have a look. Okay, that's not very helpful. Oh, North Stars. Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? The Cadillac program, especially with the engine, it was with McLaren, wasn't it? It has 2 turbos.
2 Gyro turbos?
They've put gearbox, they've put the gearbox, what the gearbox was. If I Google it, Google doesn't know what that is. Can't believe it. I'll switch the stream when you come in. We've just hit 10 hours on this one, so I'm eager to get it switched over.
Good, why do you need to switch it over?
Anything over 11 hours and 55 minutes, it will cut it and you'll never get it back.
It just gets caught in
Yeah, it just,
rendering hell.
yeah, it just doesn't ever come back.
Hey, the Reinhardts are still at it. Those two have been on track next to each other every time I've seen them now.
I know. It's amazing. Stream description. The hell did I do with the stints thing? Fine.
You two have fun. See you next cycle.
Wait. 38.
Just left up. Did a Cadillac or Panoz ahead?
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
That rock is a cornering beast behind you, Ed.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah,
You see nothing, 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 and then all of a sudden Reynard in the mirror.
sniffing you intently.
That's a Cadillac, yeah. Whoa, where are we going?
I'm off to Narnia. Nice first stint
I
down.
remembered.
And if I increase this by another 5 minutes, 11:50, 13:50. So we should finish at 1:15 tomorrow, British time. Today, Christ. Which is good.
Well, I wish you good luck. I will not be there.
Been part of like some of these endurance races where they're like, oh yeah, the starting time is.
Are we replacing the brakes or not?
Ooh,
Takes a while.
it does. Have you felt like it's really bad?
I honestly couldn't tell you the difference.
Wait, so I'm gonna Google something quickly.
How about we just leave it for this,
Yeah, see how you feel.
and then... Because I wonder if the AI has to do that.
I'm trying to Google that right now. If I ask at this hour in the morning, that might know what they're talking about.
Any of your modding friends?
Uh,
Actually, my favorite part of this is sitting in pit lane and just hearing the other cars go by.
I honestly want like a static camera on this part of the track where no matter where our car is, it just stays there. And just watch the cars go in and out.
Something for next year.
Interesting that the brakes are good.
If they just suddenly completely fail right now, we can always load or back up the load the backup save,
True.
like Mulligan.
Saves coming, but in GTR2.
Probably not how they thought you'd do it, but whatevs.
No, that could happen.
Okay, stint 2. Here we go. Oh, hello.
Yeah, I can't imagine the AI change brakes. But you can have brake failure, and that can be a reason for being out of the race, so maybe we've just had a brake failure.
It is getting a bit funky on really slow speed turns, but that might just be me being tired.
I mean, we do have the time. We have like 400 seconds on the person behind, so...
We'll change them next pit stop then.
Figure out who I can get in contact with. I'm gonna contact... don't know. People I'd contact are currently sleeping.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if any of the brakes are faded, I imagine it'd be front ones.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're like 57 brake bias at the moment.
And I can't change that. Yeah, they get up to 1,000 degrees.
To be fair, I think that's pretty normal.
It's a bit weird that they really do not keep that. Although I guess they wouldn't need to keep the temperature in there to keep working like steel brakes do.
Yeah.
I'm too used to old cars. Yeah, that'll be fine. It is running a bit hotter though. It's like we're at 88 instead of 80. Excuse you.
Well, the sun's starting to come up now. A message in.
Okay, it's taken me this long, but I finally checked that one car is not there anymore.
1 hour later.
Pretty much.
My partner's awake.
Hey, Alan. You came out of frickin' nowhere. I'll go on then.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I just said good morning to Eva, and she was like, "You're an idiot," and I was like, "I know." It was implied, and I agree.
Should you just let her sleep?
One day I'll make Eva do a 24-hour race, and then she'll understand. She has to be ill as well.
That seems like something you should maybe ease her into.
No. To be fair, she's quite good at dirt rally, so I imagine some circuit racing would be quite easy to do.
Completely different skills though, isn't it?
True. I think it helps because she just floors it. It just tends to go kind of the right way. I'm selling it a bit short there, but you know.
Yeah, I think the brakes are just fine, so I don't know why it's prompting us to replace them.
Might be like almost like a hard-coded thing where X amount of time on brake pressure mean change brake or something. I don't know. We'll find out if at one point we can no longer brake. I might, when I get in the car, end up doing like a fucking dab on the brake before I get to a hard braking zone.
Just drive as if nothing's wrong with it. I think we'll be fine. Just don't think about it. Don't think about the giant tarantula sitting right there, ready to kill you.
So cars that didn't enter into the Le Mans race, there are lots of them. So there was 5 cars withdrawn. One of them being a Courage C60 Nissan. That's Courage competition. The Rizzi competition, a Ferrari 333 SP. The 80s called. They want their car back. Another Team SI.
Things were raced well into the 2000s.
I know.
So
It's one of my favourite cars, just because it sounds so good. Steve O'Rourke withdrew a Emka car, Ferrari 550. Wonder why that was. Thomas Milner BMW withdrew BMW M3, so it would have been the only different car. A Lister Storm was not accepted.
I wonder why.
The team, so the drivers they had signed up for it, I guess, just so they could say, which drivers they wanted. Was Stephen Bailey, Nadell, Campbell Walter, Hardman, Springer, Warnock, and Sherl.
None of those names mean anything to me.
Stephen Bailey, Tiff Nadell.
Oh, Tiffany Dell does.
I think it was
Steve Bailey, I don't know.
Jamie Campbell Walter.
Nope.
He was winning all the FIA GT championships in the early 2000s in the Lister, as well as Springer. Celine Mustang not accepted. Oh, that would have been cool. 2 Marcoses weren't entered. That's frustrating. The Marcos Mantara LM600 is just the sexiest car on the planet.
Wrong. Even the Celine looks better than that.
Yeah. Honestly, it's so good.
Although that would have been the old Celine, not the twin turbo one.
Mm.
So it wouldn't have stood a chance anyway.
Oh, that's an interesting one. So there's no names associated with this. Oh no. Renari Randaccio in the Lucchini SR 2000 Alfa Romeo by SCI team. I've never heard of this before.
2000 Alfa Romeo.
Yes, LMP 675.
I
Funky.
had a vague image of something, but then you said LMP, so nope, I was wrong.
Man's heading back to the 1970s to pick up his Alfa Romeo GT car. Parked on the side of the Targa Floria.
Stuck a Busso engine in an LMP chassis.
Oh, it's like the beginning. Oh, it's like the SR series. Yeah, they're quite popular. Like the SR2s and stuff. They look like they're kind of... So when were they first raced? In 2000. Sports Car World Cup. I thought they were a bit earlier than that. They look like they're from like 1995 or something. They
That
won.
doesn't
The
always say much.
They won the Sports Car World Racing at Spa. First in class at Brno. Oh, more than one car. Okay, so the SCI one is the one that wanted to get in. It's yellow. Kind of looks like a cheese wedge. Did anyone get back to me about my question about the AI? Probably not. I tried to Google if GTR2 do AI change brakes, and there is nothing.
Why am I not surprised? Hey, 300 laps done.
Oh, nice. I can't wait till you come down to this straight at one point and you can't brake anymore. Like, that's it. You just like... sayonara.
Catch me, wall. Good catch.
I'm in half, but I'm here. Not to worry, we're still flying half of Panoz. As you fly into the fucking crowd. Are you part
We
of
have done over 3/4 of the race now.
Nice.
Less than 5 hours left. Or less than 6 hours. Not less than 5.
It's happening. Honestly, and this hasn't really gone without a hitch, like technically, which is amazing.
You just had to jinx it, didn't you?
I've been saying this a lot just to like really check.
You were just building up so much bad fortune for the last hour.
I know, there's going to be a lot of crashes there, I reckon. Let's see what other interesting cars didn't get in. URD BMW by Scuderia Munich. That's LMP 675. Sounds like something that was never made. It is something that was made. No, it's not. MG, oh my Christ. Oh wait, I thought that was I thought that wasn't a real car, and I saw the price. So I thought I thought it was one of those things you put on the desk. So it's an MG EX257 NMP 675. So like the MGs from like 2002 and 3 or whatever. And I saw the price tag of £550,000, and I was like, wait, you're paying that for like a fucking desk ornament? But no, it turns out it's the real car.
Sorry, I just left my spare million in my other coat pocket.
Don't need $1 million, it's $500,000.
Did you know? Well, you know, it doesn't really break down in halves.
Perfect car for both the Global Endurance Legend Series and Masters Endurance Legend Series. Ex-factory car with great history. Very competitive. New tank. Crack testing certified. Certain winner in the right hands as Audi beater in period. It was kind of crazy. I love the era when like LMP2 cars could take on the LMP 900.
Well, mostly on the smaller circuits, wasn't it?
Yeah. But it was fun though.
Audi wasn't really built for the other circuits, more just for this.
Yeah. There's another one. A Snowbeck Sarah LMP1 Peugeot.
So another WM, but slightly different.
Maybe. Yeah, I typed in Peugeot and LMP1 and it's come up with everything else other than the thing that I want. I guess another car that also doesn't exist. TVR Tuscan GT, that would have been cool.
That's just what they ran in FIA GT, isn't it?
Yeah. But not until like, actually, the TVRs weren't in until 2004. But they were doing the British stuff.
Be more fun if they brought in a Cerberus.
I know.
A Cerberus Speed 12.
So there's a Tampoli SR1 Judd, which I guess is the early version of the SR2000. This to Storm was Certec. This to Storm. Lots of Porsches, G-Force. John Morrison? I recognise that name. Not the WWE wrestler.
I'm gonna get killed. I didn't get killed. Somehow.
And I'm thinking of Jim Morris. Shuru
Singer for the
Sport.
Doors.
Yeah. Wrong person.
Also, he was dead by then.
True. Emco tried to bring in 2 cars. G-Force Sport tried to bring in 2. The Pillbeam MP84 Nissan. I think I know this car. Yes. So cheesy. Why are you so cheese? Centura S99 Judd. So someone was trying to bring in a closed cockpit GT car from 1999.
Did they not read the rules, or?
I guess they thought they'd try it. Auto EXE LMP 99. Oh, so the team made this car. No, they
So
didn't.
did no one try to bring in like one of the Kramer K cars that they chopped the roof off?
Not that I've seen yet.
Because those were around in the 90s, weren't they?
Yeah.
I guess they would have fallen out of regulation because they were WSC cars.
Yeah. Lola 9810, Conrad Motorsport, but LMP 900 again. The Audi R8Rs weren't accepted, of course. Lots of Ferrari 333 SPs didn't get accepted. I wish it told you why they didn't get accepted, like they just weren't known or... Two BMW V12 LMs were tried to be entered, they weren't accepted. That's pretty cool. Team Go and David Price tried to enter a Panoz as well. Another BMW V12, more Ferrari 333s, BMS Scuderia Italia. First Racing tried to bring their Ferrari, so I did a deep dive on the chassis from the Ferrari, on the Ferrari 550 from First Racing. Possibly the worst racing record I've ever seen in my life. Like, I don't think in the first 2 years they finished a race. And they actually, that chassis only... Oh.
I've been killed.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. And actually,
Guess the Audi finally got sick of my shit.
the Audi says, "Get the fuck out of the way."
Literally.
Yeah, so that chassis of that Ferrari didn't start winning races until it was handed over to... Who was it handed over to? It was first
Jet
racing,
Alliance?
and then... Huh, sorry?
Jet Alliance?
No.
Or whoever that Russian team is.
I'ma find it. Races. No, not races. Championships. Former national GT. International. Former national. Don't know. There we go. Okay, I think the Ferrari's in this first race here.
Oh, that's the Panoz. Okay.
Interesting. There was a way I could see the car chassis number. Here we go.
Just click on it, isn't it?
No, sadly not. I wish. Builder was Italia Tecnica, which makes sense why it never finished.
Oh, so it wasn't one of the ProDrive cars then.
So this is the first racing car that took part in the FIGT series in 2000. So the first race it ever competed in did not finish due to the gearbox. Second race did not finish due to water pump. Third race did not finish due to water pump. Fourth race did not finish due to gearbox. Fifth race finished but in 12th. Hang on a minute. Is that the same chassis? Interesting. Oh wait, oh no, so we're looking quite far in the future here. Oh yeah, so doesn't finish his first race in 2002 with David Holday at the wheel in the team is this? Oh, it's just the David Halliday team. Then it was sold off like a month later to Force One Racing, another French team, and it started finishing, so finished 12th. Did not start due to oil pressure, did not finish, doesn't say why. Actually, so yeah, this car's just cursed. Did not finish suspension, did not finish gearbox, and then they threw it away. No more results. So the car finished one race out of 9 races. So even if they did make it to Le Mans, it wouldn't have finished.
That's about on par with the dome I was racing in a league this year. It was like a Group C dome right before they got good. And they ran the car as at Le Mans at least 2 years as a works car.
Yeah.
It failed to finish twice. And then they ran it 2 more years as a privateer team. It still didn't finish. It took it to some other races in between that, and I think it finished maybe one of those.
Ah dear.
There's
Chassis
so many
number.
cars out there that just never did with him. Yeah, just didn't do well.
Doing some
They're
digging.
fascinating, because you always wonder, where did you get the money?
I know. Well, you tell people you have money, right? And then people believe you and then start doing stuff.
Well, especially in the case of Dome, because they're like a really tiny company.
Yeah.
So their money came from making chassis for other people.
So this Marcos Mantra LM600 chassis in 2000 was only raced in 2000 FIA GT until Magny Core, and then 2001 they did the Daytona test and the 24 hours Daytona, and then I guess they just scrapped the car.
It's been around since like 96, I want to say, at least.
As in like just
It's
that
like-
chassis.
Oh, I meant the car in general, because
Yeah, car's been around for a while. I managed to find on the internet there's still the old Marcos magazines that you can find, and they talk about like their season, and they were trying to get into the 2000 Daytona 24, but the regulations at the time did not permit any GTs to have a sequential gearbox, so they weren't allowed in.
Hello, person who joined.
Hello, I was just checking in.
Hello.
Still
We're
going.
looking at chassis numbers of cars.
Ah, riveting.
No, you are.
Yeah, cheers, Billy, for coming along and taking part.
Oh yeah, no, thanks for having me. That was it's fun. Like, I like the concept, and I mean, it's cross our fingers, it's worked so far. So
Yeah, we've had one pretty big game starter so far.
Uh-oh.
Panic.
Oh no.
Been fine since.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay. About another hour till I get in the car.
Nice.
Alan McNish, a Ferrari 333? What is this? Oh, this is the Grand Am Rolex Sports Car Series from the Daytona 24. So I think the Ferrari... Wait, I'm so confused. Andy Wallace won. Ryan Scott Mark III Ford. Oldest driver in this race was Paul Newman at 76.
Oh
Holy
yeah.
moly. Oh yeah, I pulled up the stuff for this race before, Billy, and it was like the youngest drivers. It was like Lucas Law, 21, and I was like, Christ.
18-year-old.
You know, he's been around the block a few times.
One more lap.
Nice. Oh yeah, and the game asked us if we want to change our brakes. It was like forcing us to change our brakes. We haven't done it. I can't find on the internet anywhere if AI also changed their brakes. Because I assume if the AI don't, then we won't have a problem. But I don't know. In my stint, I might end up just like slamming the brakes on before the corner to see if I have any brakes. Like you see in the old like.
That's interesting.
Oh, God, what was that? I was watching an onboard lap, I think by Lucas Law in like 2001 or something, around Road Atlanta, and he's going down the back straight. He's going downhill, and as he's going downhill, he's got the foot pinned on the accelerator, and he just slams the brake on to check if it works, and then slams on the brake again to actually brake. And I was like, this is glorious. You don't ever see this stuff. Not anymore, I guess.
Well, have you never watched the older stock cars run on road courses?
I watched an onboard with Bill, not Bill, what's his name? Mr. Said.
Or said.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah,
And,
like, I'm talking like from like the 90s and stuff, when they had to pump their brakes.
I need to go and look this up.
Yeah, what they used to do so that they knew that they had brake pedal was every time they'd go into a braking zone, they would pump the pedal to make sure that they had brakes, and then they would brake. So they're not actually like stabbing the brake real hard. What they're doing is they're checking to make sure that there's brake pressure,
Yeah.
and then they push.
I also understood it as well that, I don't know if this is true, but if you pump the brake like that, it gives you like added braking power by the time you come to brake for the corner.
Well, so what it does is, number one, it makes sure like your pads are seated. It makes sure that the pedal's in the right position. It's built on pressure. So as it goes down, your brake pads wear and all that, and you start getting gaps. So what it does is it pushes everything to make sure it's nice and tight, so that you actually get the same theoretically the same kind of pressure that you would if your brakes were fresh.
Okay.
Because if you're just running, everything relaxes. Well, everything wears, so you've got more room. It just kind of takes up the slack. It's mainly like, my understanding for doing it is most drivers consider it like a confidence thing.
Yeah.
So that they know that they have brakes, so that they can brake hard going into the corner. That way, if like they push and like their foot just kind of floats to the floor, they're like, I don't have brakes.
Hang on a minute.
So they're trying to pump the brakes. They're trying to pump the brakes up to make sure the pressures are correct and all that.
Okay.
So they'll pump. They'll do stuff like that.
I like that. Where do I find? I need to go back to Le Mans again. 2000 racing sports cars. What else do we know about this race?
Times or nothing. Just
Oh, you
keep
can't take
fucking
my
up.
line. That's my line. You can't do that.
No, your line is to get stuck there first.
Bits of clutch left on the gravel. Oh, interesting. So our Panozes aren't the Roadster like the privateers. We have the Spiders. I don't know what the difference is.
Money.
Always comes down to money.
So you got one more stint, yeah?
Yep.
Top makes by numbers. You would not be surprised that Porsche is the top make. Panoz being the third, which is pretty cool. Say written twice. Guys, I found the most important information. Most colours used: white,
Well, yes.
22%, red, 19%,
Well, yeah, we're in France. It's all the flags.
silver, 16%. Who put this together? How did they do this?
Someone with a lot of free time.
I was gonna say somebody that really decided to go in. They're like Audi, and okay.
Look at the schedule. There's Nokias on here.
Excuse me?
No, it's not Nokia, it's a Philips phone from 2000. Design
Oh, a Nokia. I see.
Award winner 2000. Save.
Oh, that's rad. I'm assuming that's supposed to read impossible to resist, maybe?
I think so, yeah.
I don't know any of this. That's funny. That phone almost looks like a Nextel, like a
Yeah.
what in the world? And then we have a Genie. What is? Oh, that's just the screen. They just blew it up. I see.
NC. Non-communique. Oh, it says NDLR. List is accurate as of the 22nd of May 2000. The information given by the ACO are not responsible for inaccuracies.
Yeah. Who wants to be responsible?
I went Le Mans this year and it was rammed. Honestly, it was so fucking busy. Some drunk guy tried to steal my chair.
Oh, sweet.
Joy.
The important part is, did he do it with a French accent?
He was so fucking pissed. It could have been any accent, to be fair.
He like all of them just run together.
Honestly, I think a lot of the locals in the area, it's like the big event where they go and party. So where like people of international kind of life, they all turn up and they're all wearing like team shirts and stuff, you know. You have the French and they're all pissed before the race starts. There was
They do like the Australians at Bathurst, start burying beer like a week beforehand.
Nice.
At the side of the track.
It's perfect.
There was a group of so like I said, because it's like the party place, you get a lot of like French teenagers, and there was one group that was younger than me, but they could have been too much younger, so they must have been like 23 or something, and they were all stood there, and like whenever a car came past, even though we're on a bank where if everyone sat down it would be fine, and everyone did sit down, but because I don't think they're motorsport fans, they just decided to kind of like stand up and be in everyone's way. The race hadn't even started yet. They got bored of waiting and they moved off somewhere else 10 minutes before the race started. So they were there for 3 hours standing up whenever anything happened, just being in the way. And then by the time the race started, they'd moved and I was like, thank fuck. Holy shit.
Wow.
Because it's just so crowded, like, actually your field of view is so small. I wanted to get onto the right side of the Dunlop Bridge, on the mound there, but I didn't realise that you can't get in there unless you're an ACO member. So I bought my grandpa with me. He's nearly fucking 80. He climbed over the fucking Dunlop Bridge being like, oh yeah, hopefully we can sit down soon. I'm like, yeah, let's go in here. And he's like, we can't get in. I was like, fuck. I had to walk all the way back again.
Oh no.
Bless him, yeah.
We're getting his exercise.
We stayed for the whole event. Yeah, it's crazy. So he used to race back in the 60s at Brands Hatch, and he used to race in a Brooklands Riley, which is a 1930s like open top sports car.
Oh my goodness.
And he said, well, I gave it up because number one, the Mini started becoming you know, the thing that everyone was driving, and they were just too quick. And he goes, well, and I was getting married and having children, so.
Nice.
Here it is. The 1948. Oh, I see, so it's a bit later. I think he had an earlier version than this, but yeah, it's basically this.
Oh, what? How cool is that?
So when we came back from the race, we were like sat around in the cottage we were staying, and I was like, so tell me about the racing that you did, because he doesn't really talk about it. And he was like, yeah, like it was, you know, to go fast in that thing you had to go sideways, but the thing is,
Yes.
I couldn't go sideways because this was the car that I used to get to the track in the first place. So so he was like, yeah, we would just get in and go.
That's funny.
And I was like, did you set up the car at all? And he's like, no. It's the 1960s. You just go.
That's awesome. Look at that thing.
So yeah, I've had him over a couple times here, and I've got him in like the Mini and like Dirt Rally 2.0 and stuff. He's been quite good at it, actually.
That's really cool.
But yeah, the Le Mans thing only happened because it was my graduation in like 2021, I think that happened. Because like COVID, so it got pushed back a year. So I was quite pissed basically. And I turned around to my grandpa and I was like, wouldn't it be really cool if we went to Le Mans together? And he was like, well, we'll have to see, won't we? And basically nothing was said for it for a long time.
Proper old man response. Yeah, I guess.
Maybe. That was the thing. Like, you tried to talk about any motorsport. So like when I was younger, you'd go there and you're like, oh, did you watch the F1? He's like, no, I didn't. I don't really care for it. And he's like, but did you watch the V8 Utes? They're the best. And I'm like, that's amazing. The V8 Utes were the best. They were so cool.
Yeah, I wish my dad would have kept. To an extent, I wish my dad would have kept his race cars. Because when he was running, there's something they were called modifieds and super modifieds, and they were basically just kind of based off of roadsters, like from the 40s.
Oh wow.
50. So like.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
So they were all like square frame.
Yeah.
Box tubing kind of stuff, and then they started slowly doing chromoly with the actual tubular chassis, but they had to keep part of it. And when they made the hoods, like they cut them all down just enough so that the dirt wouldn't get in the in the air boxes. So they would just, yeah. I mean, I don't think I have any pictures on this PC, but he, let me see if I can find something real quick. He, I mean, the first one he bought is this behemoth of a car. And they used rear ends for steering boxes. And like he said, it was so hard to turn. He said you try to drive it with the back end, but he said it got so hard to turn. He was just hanging on for dear life the last half of the race, because
That's so good.
He raced flat track before that, so mile tracks, motorcycles, or fairgrounds, and got hurt a lot in that. So then he moved to the dirt modifieds, and these are on little quarter-mile fairground tracks. And he said you couldn't even push the throttle after halfway through the race, because the thing would just start heading for the fence, and you just couldn't hang on to it. He said so you just had to wait, because it was. He said by the time he started, the car he bought was old. And he's like, these are old cars to begin with. So yeah, it's
I miss going to like we've got an oval track near well, it's about an hour away, so it's not too far. But it's on the old airfield where the 82nd Airborne took off. And they turned a bit of it into this oval circuit, and it's so small. I'm gonna try and look it up to see how small it is. But they have like the British version of like the sprint cars there, like the
Oh yeah, those. Don't they call them like stock? What do they call those things? I
can't remember.
I know what you're talking about.
Stock car. Oh, no, stock car.
Okay.
No, because they do have stock car, and that's actually a stock car. How big is Smeath Up? It's not big. But it was great, because when we were kids, we used to I did the same at Le Mans, but you would try and pick the car who would win, and occasionally you'd go there and there'd be a guy with I can't remember the colours exactly, but I think it was you had gold, and then after gold it would be legends, and they had a silver or a platinum wing or something. So it was a fight over who could get the platinum wing, because they would always win, because they were just so fast. Then of course you had the banger racing as well, which was a good laugh.
Yeah. Let's see.
How big length? Okay, so this this track is 300 meters,
Oh,
really small.
So, no, not.
it'd be closer to like a fifth of a mile.
Then the one down in Cornwall, that's 325. So yeah, really racking up the meters there. But yeah, like you said, like they aren't really getting on the power. Like they're just kind of wanging it around.
Really fast and just push the car around the track.
Bonk.
That's fine.
Love tap. And I think when I went to Norfolk a few years ago, when I think he still lives there, but my uncle was living up there with a different partner, and we went to go watch the dirt bike oval racing. That was amazing.
Oh, the speedway stuff.
Yeah. Those people, I'm pretty sure, have to sign a will every time they get on that bike. Absolutely mental stuff.
I like the way they do it in Sweden. They just bolt spikes onto the tires and race on ice instead.
I used to actually, so yeah, like, you know, growing up, we had like Motors TV and stuff, so I'd basically spend most of my time on there. Then when you got to winter, you know, you had like the French ice racing champs and stuff. That was so much fun to watch. Remember when the Race of Champions was popular?
No.
Right.
No, I do. So by the end of the race, we will have lost an hour and 15 minutes to changeovers and all that stuff, which is pretty good. I was expecting more. So basically, the reason why we thought it was going to be more is there's this thing that people believe that I don't quite believe. That the AI need warming up.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. Personally.
Warming up. What is that?
So
What
you
does that
load
mean?
the save. You do about 3 to 5 minutes worth of driving. You exit. You load the save up again, and then you continue driving as normal.
Why would that do anything?
That's my point. But people that do a lot of endurance racing on this, like Crimson and yeah, basically Crimson, was saying that he does it for all his races, but he also uses a non-Steam version. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
But I don't understand. If you load it up, then back out,
So suppose, yeah, exactly.
go back in, you're still loading that save file though.
I know.
That doesn't make any sense.
So today I put my foot down and I was like, I haven't noticed any difference. We're not doing it. And Toby was like, it's your funeral.
No, that makes no kind of sense whatsoever, because you're still loading. If you're loading, and then you go in, and then you let them run, and then you back out, and then you
Yeah.
load that again. That doesn't. You're just loading the file again.
Yeah.
You haven't. I mean, you might be able to convince me, although this doesn't make any sense. You might, sliver of a chance, be able to convince me, like, if you were starting another race.
Yeah, I think
is it
it's...
maybe the same like idea as R Factor 2, where the AI just gets better at the track the more it drives it, but it only does so between
So
generations?
the reason you do the warm-up thing is because the AI
But you would
after
have to
loading...
save.
The AI after loading the save the first time, they struggle overtaking the cars that they're next to until they complete a pit stop or something like that. Yeah. I mean, I have noticed that a little bit when you load a save, but I don't see how warming up the AI would fix that. It's just load the save.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. How would it know the difference?
I know.
I've messed with AI extensively. Like, how does it determine when it's been warmed up and when it hasn't been, so
Yeah.
that it doesn't get stuck behind?
But supposedly, the people who have
maybe.
done lots of endurance racing, they're like, you have to do it, and I'm just like, I have never seen this happen. Like, I don't know.
I've
Like,
never heard
I feel
anybody
like-
say this, and I've poured through tons and tons
Oh, right.
of things.
I hear it a lot on the FRM Discord, and like, yeah, a bunch of other places where people like send out mods for like endurance racing stuff that I use.
Okay. That's
And I think it's
something.
like, to me, it's almost become like folklore. Like, it's almost like superstition. Like,
Right.
rather-
Somebody says it works, and then somebody else
Yeah.
goes, "Oh my god, it worked."
But I also,
when it could have just been
yeah, because
the
the
way it
thing
was going
is,
to be anyways.
because the thing is, right, GTR2 is like kind of fucked game anyway. So you could believe that you see that, and it's probably happening because the AI, whether you've saved or not, will be stuck behind one another because it's just the AI sometimes. Just because you've done 2 hours and loaded a save or whatever doesn't mean that all of a sudden they're going to do something bad. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's really difficult to convince the other two that it's otherwise, because that's all they've ever done and they swear by it. So it's just like, when I was like, no, we're not doing that.
All right. I mean, whatever. If that's what makes you happy, go right ahead. It just doesn't make any sense to me with all the stuff that I've ever done, and like when you understand like how the AI works, it won't care. It literally is just looking at how close I am, and that, okay, sure. I mean, you know, if they think it works, then
I mean, yeah, it's fair enough,
You do
but
I wouldn't do it. You know.
yeah, I was like, because you know, when I first started doing this series, I was like, okay, like if the guy who does all the endurance races says I have to do this, and he gave me like a list of things I have to do every time I save and load up, and I was like, this sucks. I hate it. I have to waste like an extra 5 minutes every time I want to like save the game.
No, yeah, that wrong answer. So the two pictures that I put in Discord is the one, it's the number 4. That's my dad back in 70, I don't know, 6
That's
or whatever.
amazing.
And
They
that
kind of look like
thing-
TIE fighters.
Kinda. So yeah, they that was his second car, and so at the time he ran a 320, so that's the engine size, and they were carbureted.
Okay.
So they run on methanol, and they're carbureted. But when he bought that car, this track still exists, and that's Placerville. So there was another track in West Sacramento that all the big boys went to, and that place they ran what they call super modifieds, and there's really not a big difference except for the engine.
Okay.
Ostensibly, there's not a difference. But those things were mechanically fuel injected 377 cubic inches. And so he ran that until he blew up or had a problem with the 377. So then they put the 320 back in, and then that's him going back to Placerville and running the 320 in that car. That's like his second car. I don't have a picture offhand of his first one. His first one is, dude, it looks like a tank.
Honestly, it's very Mad Max.
Well, yeah. But this is the point where everybody. So you see like that wing on top, and then he's kind of got the side wing. The car behind him is actually on the verge of being a sprint car. So it has like this rounded tank in the rear. It's got a different, the car behind him is actually a lighter car than what my dad's driving. And so that's kind of like the evolution. At this point, people were trying to figure out the aero for dirt sprint cars, because prior to this, modifieds and sprint cars, they didn't have wings. So when they didn't have wings, modifieds were called hardtops, and sprint cars didn't run wings. and then all of a sudden they started to run wings. So this is the point where everybody's trying to figure out how the hell
How does this work?
wings really work. And like, so the bottom picture there, that's me in the center, and then that's my dad on the left in 86, and
Oh, yeah.
on the right in like 83. And
Some good angle on those drifts there.
yeah, well, the one on the right, he was playing around. He literally just threw it sideways going in. It was like practice. It was like hot laps. And then the other one, he's in a main event running there. And then that mine is like at the flag stand. So
That's amazing. You can see the evolution with like the extra wing on the front as well. Your visibility must be just 0. With mud coming up on you as well.
yeah, sort of. Like, I don't know. You don't, and you run rock screen too, but you don't really. Your brain doesn't process it that way. I mean, yes, when you're like new, everything hits your face shield. And you're like,
You're
oh my god,
oh
I can't
my
see.
god.
And then like the way these cars work, there's a lot of suspension travel. So when you nail the throttle, there's no flywheel in these things or anyway. So it's instantaneous power.
Yeah.
So when you hit the throttle, the back end squats, the front end lifts. So like, yeah, you kind of don't have vision, but you do. I don't know how to explain it.
I do
You
it by
kinda
looking at the catch fencing on the way round.
Well, kinda. Like it. I've run races where there's been so much dust on the track. I look for the shimmer of the wings and stuff. They're aluminum, so even if they're powder coated, they'll shimmer in the light. And
That's
like,
amazing.
and yeah, like there's been times where I've done wheelies going down the straightaway, and I just look to the left to see if the car is drifting towards the infield. You know, because when the front end picks up, you ain't. Like you're not seeing anything, so it's
And how much does
Yeah,
the downforce help?
a ton.
Because I
Like
wouldn't think you'd be going fast enough.
Oh no, well, we're on a quarter mile. We're probably doing
True, I'm thinking of small ovals.
like a quarter, like on a quarter mile track. I don't know, 80 or 90 down the
Wow.
straightaway. It's enough on just a quarter mile. It's
Dirt
enough
as
to
well.
yeah, it's enough to take the car and literally bury the whole left side into the ground.
Yeah.
Because that's the whole purpose. So like if that wing's not there, the whole car leans on the right hand side
Yeah.
of the chassis.
You're hanging out
So,
the
like,
hanging out the door like ah.
yeah, so it's a lot. Yeah, and like it's a big difference where that wing moves back and forth on the top.
Okay.
Like while you have like a little lever, it's just it's just hydraulic, and you can push it back and forth, and that changes the pitch, and it also changes, for lack of a better term, where the air is getting compressed, like pushed into the top of the wing.
Yeah, so you can get like more like
Right.
understeer,
So if the
oversteer.
track's real dry, you pull the wing backward because it's putting more pressure on the rear of the car to the rear tires to get more traction. And if the track's really sticky, you want to push the wing forward so it takes some of that off the back end and puts it more on the front end so the car will rotate through the corner. So there's like all these little things, and you don't drive these cars like you would anything else.
Yeah.
Like
Let's get into this. This sounds amazing.
when you're on the gas, you're like touching the brake to keep the front end down and in line, and you're not really lifting. And then when you go, like on a short track, you'll go in and you'll start rolling out of the throttle as you're pushing the brake, because you want to keep as much speed as you can in the corner, and that brake also helps tighten up the suspension so everything works as it's going into the corner.
Yeah.
So you're literally like power braking as you're going in, and then it's a tap dance. Like, you know, if the track's sticky, you can get off the brake and just let the car rotate. If the track's starting to get slick, then it's like this tap dance in the center of the corner, and you roll back in the throttle, and you're waiting for the car to take that right thing, what we call a set, so that you know which way the car is going when you get back on the throttle. So they're very simple cars, but
incredibly interesting to drive.
It's so weird. So when I went from this to like running the kart on road courses, like the kart's fast,
Yeah.
but you have so much time to think about everything. Like it's just, and to get the cart sideways and stuff, it's like nothing. It's for me, it was just like, oh, this is cool. Like, but like, I started at the same time like a handful of guys started, and they're like, they get out and their nerves are shot, and I'm like, yeah, that was pretty cool.
I can go again.
When can we do this again? Like, it was the sprint car prepares you for a lot.
Yeah.
Ow, balls.
I guess that's why you see so many successful drivers in America coming from like sprint cars and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's limitations to that. Not everybody crosses over